The Senate will come to order. Our chaplain, the Reverend Dr. Barry Black, will open the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal God, the center of our hope, you have given us this day for our use, from the rising of the sun until the setting of the same. Your name deserves our lawmakers with your guidance and peace. Give them hope and purpose as they work on Capitol Hill, reminding them that their steps are ordered by you and that defeated is better than triumphant evil. Lord, encourage them, tribute to peace and harmony in our nation and world. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., September 17, 2024, to the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Raphael G. Warnock, a senator from the state of Georgia, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Patty Murray, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the Judiciary. Mary Kathleen Costello of Pennsylvania to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania.
President.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there's perhaps no more personal a decision one can make than the decision of whether or not to start a family. For many people, starting a family is the greatest joy there is. It makes everything else secondary. Yet, for millions and millions of people, infertility can be a nightmare and a source of pain. Thankfully, we live in a time when, thanks to treatments like IVF, infertility is not the end of the story. Sadly, access to IVF can no longer be taken for granted. From the moment the MAGA Supreme Court eliminated Roe, the hard right made clear that they would keep going. As we saw earlier this year in Alabama, IVF has become the next target of ultra-conservatives, and access to this incredible treatment is more vulnerable than ever. Today, the Senate will hold a simple and pivotal vote on whether or not to take up once again the Right to IVF Act. I thank Senator Duckworth, as well as Senators Murray and Booker, and all the others who have championed this bill for months. They are great leaders on this issue. If the Senate votes no today and strikes IVF protections down yet again, it will be further proof that Project 2025 is alive and well. Remember, Donald Trump's Project 2025 is tied to the Heritage Foundation, one of the most important and extreme conservative think tanks in the country. And earlier this year, they came out fiercely against today's bill protecting IVF. They were even against the fig leaf fake IVF bill pushed by Senators Cruz and Britt. That's how extreme they are. If people want to see how strong Project 2025's grip is on the GOP, the outcome of today's IVF vote will be very, very revealing. And yet, by all accounts, there is every reason in the world for senators to vote yes today. Today's vote is simply a motion to reconsider. We're merely asking whether or not this bill is worth debating. Democrats certainly think it is. We certainly think that if any issue is worth discussing in this chamber, it's protecting America's reproductive freedoms. And we Democrats extend an open invitation to our Republican colleagues to join us. Republicans regularly claim that they are the party that stands up for families. Well, today's bill is about as pro-family as it gets. It helps create families. IVF does. It says that access to IVF should be a basic right for all, and will make sure insurance companies cover IVF treatments in their plans. The last point is key. Expanding insurance coverage for IVF is something the vast majority of Americans support. A survey from Pew Research from last month showed that even a majority of Republicans surveyed support it. Even a majority of Republicans. Nevertheless, 3 months ago, nearly every Senate Republican voted against protecting IVF in this chamber. It was astounding to watch them. With a straight face, our Republican colleagues claimed that of course they cared about supporting families, of course they supported IVF, just not enough to actually vote to protect it. That makes no sense. No sense. Republicans can't just talk their way past an issue as personal as IVF. What ultimately matters is how they vote on the issue. So to my Republican colleagues, today, you get a second chance. Either stand with families struggling with infertility, or stand with Project 2025, which aims to make reproductive freedoms extinct. If Republicans truly care about helping families, they should vote yes to protect IVF. If the Republicans truly reject the insanity and cruelty of Project 2025 and its extreme conservative agenda, they should vote yes to protect IVF. On the other hand, if Senate Republicans vote no today and strike IVF protections down again, it's further proof that Project 2025 is alive and well. So again, we hope Republicans join us to do the right thing. We ask Republicans to join us because women's reproductive freedoms are in a time of crisis, and we need to push back. It's been over 2 years since the MAGA Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. Today, 22 states have passed abortion restrictions, 14 of them essentially full bans. Over 1 in 3 American women have lost access to reproductive care. Many of them have to drive hundreds of miles out of state to get the care they need, and that still often comes with long wait times. Doctors fear they'll be jailed if they offer treatments. Women in need are at risk of being turned down at hospitals, and it can become a matter of life and death. This week, America tragically learned of the first confirmed case of a woman dying because abortion bans prevented her from getting the care she needed. She was a young woman from Georgia, Mr. President, a 28-year-old and a mother of a 6-year-old. She had to travel out of state to get reproductive care. And when she needed emergency surgery after a rare complication, doctors in Georgia delayed giving her the care she needed because of the new restrictions Georgia had placed, because of new restrictions on the books. By the time she went into surgery, unfortunately, it was too late. She tragically passed away. The state declared that her death was preventable, and had she only gotten care sooner. Worst of all, there are undoubtedly more cases like hers. These are terrible and deadly consequences of restricting reproductive freedom. The tragedy that happened in Georgia of a preventable death because of abortion bans is why Project 2025 is so dangerous. Deadly restrictions to reproductive care, monitoring women's pregnancies, banning mifepristone, laying the groundwork for a national abortion ban, putting IVF at risk. To my Republican colleagues, the choice is yours. Americans are watching. Families back home are watching, and couples who want to become parents are watching too. Republicans cannot say they are pro-family but against protecting IVF, but vote against protecting IVF. They cannot say they reject Project 2025 but vote against protecting IVF. That's what's at stake today. I urge everyone to vote yes. Now on the CR. The clock's ticking for Congress to reach an agreement to keep the government open beyond the September 30th deadline. That's 13 days away. At this point in the process, the only way we can prevent a harmful government shutdown is by both sides working together to reach a bipartisan agreement. That's the only way. Speaker Johnson is reportedly going to hold a vote on his 6-month CR tomorrow, but the only thing that will accomplish is make clear that he's running into a dead end. We must have a bipartisan plan instead. Now, I'll say this. For all its faults, I'm heartened about one thing that Speaker Johnson is doing. Speaker Johnson's plan preserves the essence of the Schumer-Johnson agreement that set top-line funding levels for 2024. It's encouraged fiscal year 2024. It's encouraging to see that Speaker Johnson, at least for now, is resisting the hard right choices in his party and not pushing across-the-board cuts that would be so harmful to the American people. I hope it's a sign that the Speaker realizes that these bipartisan funding levels must be part of any solution moving forward. But beyond that, the Speaker's CR is too unworkable. I urge him to drop his plan, to work together to reach a bipartisan agreement with the other leaders, Leader McConnell, Leader Jeffries, and myself, as well as the White House. We do not have time to spare. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
The Republican leader.
I ask consent that further proceedings on the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Unfortunately, I need to begin this morning with some tragic news from Kentucky. Late last night, Sheriff's Deputy Josh Phipps of Russell County was killed in the line of duty. His sacrifice is a sober reminder of the debt we owe our courageous law enforcement officials. They are the first to run toward fire and the first to put themselves in harm's way to keep us safe. Today, I know the entire Commonwealth is holding Sheriff's Deputy Phipps in our thoughts and our prayers. So I would ask my colleagues to join me in sending our deepest sympathy to Russell County and the Phipps family as they mourn his loss. On another matter, free speech has been an animating principle for my entire career here in the Senate. I'm second to no one in my defense of the and abridge its protections. Alarming, to say the least. The courts are where citizens go to have their free speech rights vindicated against censorious government officials. I know this from experience. I sued to stop the anti-speech campaign finance rules signed into law by President Bush. And I took it all the way to the Supreme Court. But where do people go when the courts decide to behave like any other branch of government? When they put other interests over the First Amendment? Even having to ask the question is troubling. Two of my colleagues and I recently wrote to the head of the Standing Committee on Federal Rules to express our opposition to the proposed amendment to the rules governing appellate courts. The amendment is the result of persistent bullying of Senate Democrats, and it would force parties seeking to be heard as friends of the court to disclose their donors in certain instances. The forced disclosure of donors is a long-standing offense against the First Amendment. This has been abundantly clear since Senator Justice Harlan eloquently explained it in NAACP versus Alabama. The courts only tolerate forced disclosure in cases of actual candidate electioneering to ensure election integrity. But court cases aren't elections. And friends of the court are not candidates. And the fact that the Appellate Rules Committee doesn't understand this and wants to chill free speech by mandating donor disclosure is a shocking reversal of the Standing Committee, the Judicial Conference, and the Supreme Court to scrap this unconstitutional amendment. Unfortunately, there's even more. Another committee in the judiciary bureaucracy, the Codes of Conduct Committee, recently amended one of its advisory opinions to prohibit law clerks from seeking political employment. This is the same committee that tried to ban federal judges from joining the Nonpartisan Federalist Society, while allowing them to join the highly partisan and left-wing American Bar Association. Now, the committee reversed itself on that boneheaded decision after an uproar from the advisory opinion. The committee concluded that clerk activity, which could compromise the independence of the judiciary. Mr. President, consider just how absurd this is. First, political activity is at the core of freedom of speech. To single it out for a special disability among clerks seeking employment turns the First Amendment on its head. Prohibiting a clerk from discussing employment options with the Harris curbs the clerk's constitutional rights in order to preserve some theoretical attenuated interest. Second, it is indeed a special disability, and one that has no correspondence to the real world. Why is the, quote, link, end quote, pain, which is prohibited, but not when she wants to talk to an elected Republican, which is allowed? What about seeking employment as a political appointee in a highly partisan Garland Justice Department? The large law firms to which the Democratic Party outsources its campaign litigation not provide a link to the judiciary? Indeed, one prominent law firm, the Elias Law Group, explicitly claims that its goal is to elect Democrats. And yet a clerk can presumably seek employment there, but not over at the Democratic National Committee? These are distinctions without differences. But wait, there's more. Last week, the Judicial Conference, in its zeal to take a hard line against misconduct in the workplace, referred a disgraced former judge to the House for impeachment. Yes, that's right. They referred a private citizen for impeachment without getting a note that they caused him to resign in disgrace. This was a remarkable action by the federal bureaucracy. They are surely aware that whether or not you can impeach a former official is hotly disputed, but they referred it anyway. In other words, while trying to make a point about one political issue, workplace misconduct in the judiciary, they ended up making a point about another one, the impeachment of former officials. And for what? 40 sitting, thereby making the conviction all but impossible. The judiciary itself is under increasing attack from Democrats who want to destroy it as an independent branch of government. And the judicial bureaucracy seems desperate to appear apolitical. It's been taking affirmative steps to virtue signal on issues that matter to Democrats, from Federalist Society membership to single judge divisions to amicus disclosure. It would be one thing if this were empty virtue signaling, but we're talking about behavior increasingly in tension with constitutional provisions, including First Amendment rights. So my advice to the Judicial Conference is this: the way to avoid getting involved in politics is to avoid getting involved in politics. On another matter, I'd like to end on something the walls of this chamber don't hear enough of: some good news, plus level in the last decade. Let me say that again. E-cigarette use among America's youth is now roughly 1/3 of the all-time high it hit just 5 years ago. Now, there are a lot of factors at play in this downward trend, but one powerful tailwind originated right here in the Senate. In 2019, youth e-cigarette use was at its peak. That's the year that I wrote and introduced the Tobacco-Free Youth Act with my good friend, Senator Kaine from Virginia. Our bipartisan bill raised the minimum age to purchase tobacco products, including e-cigarette devices, from 18 to 21. We didn't try to reinvent the wheel. We knew that nearly all smokers, roughly 95% of them, started by the age of 21. But raising the age limit, less tobacco winds up in high schools, which means less opportunity for children to get their hands, for higher proportion of cigarette-related cancer deaths, Now, as the senior senator from Kentucky, my decision to spearhead this legislation surprised some people. My home state has a close connection to tobacco. But as I've been any other parent, if we've learned anything in the fight against addiction, the first step in a life maligned by serious health problems. So while more work remains, I'm proud that the Senate stepped up to address this public health actually making a difference. I suggest you have the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
The Republican whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, before I begin, I just want to say how grateful I am that President Trump is safe after what appears to be a second attempt on his life in the space of 2 months. The trend this election cycle has taken toward violence is disturbing, to say the least. And I hope that this weekend's events will prompt reflection on our political discourse and the importance of not letting our disagreements lead to the dehumanization of our opponents. I'm grateful for all the law enforcement personnel who responded and helped prevent another tragedy. And I look forward to seeing a thorough investigation. Mr. President, perhaps the most important thing we do here in Congress is to provide for our nation's defense. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If we don't get national security right, the rest is conversation. Everything else we do in government and our very existence as a nation depends on our getting security right. And national security, Mr. President, is not a one-and-done kind of a situation. We can't rely on a one-time military buildup or the reputation we've earned as a superpower to keep our nation safe. Tactics change. Technology changes. Weapons change. And reputations, Mr. President, even strong ones, eventually change if they're not backed up with substance. Maintaining a robust national defense has to be a permanent focus year in and year out. There is no time in which we can afford to put national security on the back burner or underfund our nation's military. Which brings me to where we are today. Mr. President, in July of this year, the Commission on the National Defense Strategy released its report. It had this to say, and I quote, "The Commission finds that the United States military lacks both the capabilities and the capacity required to be confident it can deter and prevail in combat," end quote. Let me just repeat that, Mr. President. The Commission finds that the U.S. military lacks both the capabilities and the capacity required to be confident it can deter and prevail in combat. Another quote from the Commission's report said this, and I quote again, "The Commission finds that, in many ways, China is outpacing the United States and has largely negated the U.S. military advantage in the Western Pacific through 2 decades of focused military investment. Without significant change by the United States, the balance of power will continue to shift in China's favor," end quote. And Mr. President, from the Strategic Posture Commission report, and again I quote, "Today, the United States is on the cusp of having not one, but 2 nuclear peer adversaries, each with ambitions to change the international status quo by force if necessary, a situation which the United States did not anticipate and for which it is not prepared," end quote. Let me again say that, Mr. President, a situation which the United States did not anticipate and for which it is not prepared. In short, Mr. President, we have work to do. We are not where we should be when it comes to our national defense. And while our preparedness lags, the world isn't getting any safer. If anything, it is getting more dangerous. Over the course of the Biden-Harris administration, we've seen Russia invade the sovereign nation of Ukraine, China growing increasingly aggressive in the Pacific, a brutal terrorist attack on Israel that left more than 1,000 dead, terrorists threatening shipping in the Middle East, and the list literally goes on and on. This summer alone, Russian and Chinese bombers for the first time sorted together 200 miles off the coast of Alaska, an alarming display of the growing ties between those 2 nations. Taiwan reported 305 airspace violations by Chinese aircraft in the month of June, the 2nd highest monthly total on record. The Chinese continue to swarm and even collide with ships from the Philippines. And just 2 weeks ago, Japan, for the first time, reported an incursion of a Chinese aircraft into its airspace. In the Middle East, U.S. military members have continued to combat terrorists on land and Houthi attacks on U.S. ships and international shipping in the Red Sea. Hamas still holds upwards of 100 hostages in Gaza, including 7 Americans. Iran has sent close-range ballistic missiles to Russia, presumably for use against the Ukrainian people. A Pakistani national with ties to Iran was charged with plotting the assassination, of multiple U.S. politicians. And I could go on. Given all this, Mr. President, you would think the Democrat leadership here in the Senate would have made our yearly defense bills, the National Defense Authorization Act, and our defense appropriations bills, which fund that act, a priority. But you would be wrong. We are 2 weeks away from the end of the fiscal year, and we haven't touched the National Defense Authorization Act since it was passed by the committee, much less touched the defense appropriation bills. And it's not, Mr. President, because we've been passing a bunch of other substantive pieces of legislation. Aside from the Kids Online Safety and Privacy Act, we basically spent the entire summer confirming Biden nominees and taking show votes selected by the Democrat leader. And as a result, the fiscal year will close and the new one begin without a defense authorizing bill and without defense appropriations bills. Instead, our military will have to continue operating under inadequate 2024 funding levels. Existing modernization projects will be delayed, and urgent new programs will be put off. And I haven't even talked about the message these delays send to our enemies. Anyone who thinks that our enemies aren't emboldened by this careless attitude toward our national security needs to think again. And for that matter, Mr. President, what message do these delays send to our allies? I recently returned from a trip to Japan and South Korea led by my colleague Senator Hagerty to build relationships and enhance trilateral cooperation. We stressed the imperative of investing in our mutual defense cooperation, a message that will be undercut by our putting defense legislation on the back burner. Likewise, our message to allies and partners around the world that they should take more seriously their own defense investments will be juxtaposed against our own inaction. Mr. President, needless to say, it didn't have to be this way. If the Democrat leader had been more interested in meeting Congress' basic responsibilities than in conducting show votes he hopes may win Democrats a few votes in November, we could have already passed not only the National Defense Authorization Act, but the Defense Appropriations Bill that funds that act as well. As it is, thanks to the decisions of the Democrat leader, our military will have to wait at least until after the election. Meanwhile, our adversaries' efforts continue. Mr. President, this isn't the first time in the Biden-Harris administration that Democrats have chosen to put our national defense on the back burner. And while we don't know what the Senate or the presidency will look like next year, I sincerely hope that we will have leaders who take our national security a little more seriously. Because I suspect that if we don't, we will have cause, great cause, to regret it. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Without objection. The clerk will now report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 778, Mary Kathleen Costello of Pennsylvania, to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Mary Kathleen Costello of Pennsylvania to be United States District Court for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Casey, Gillibrand, Klobuchar, Merkley, Padilla, Schumer. Senators voting in the negative: Braun, Britt, Cornyn, Cotton, Hoeven, Johnson, Lankford, Risch, Schmidt. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune? No. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane? Aye. Ms. Rosen? Ms. Rosen? Aye. Mr. Grassley? Mr. Grassley? No. Mr. Daines? Mr. Daines? No. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown? Aye. Mr. Haggerty? Mr. Haggerty? No. Mr. Crapo? Mr. Crapo? No. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz. Aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy. No. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul. No. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich. Aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner. Aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell. Aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida. No. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters. Aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper. Aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman. No. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, aye. Ms. Butler. Ms. Butler, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Tester. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, aye. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Helmy. Mr. Helmy, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Romney, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye.
The vote is 54 yeas, 42 nays. The motion is agreed to. Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15. Under the previous order, the Senate will recess.
The Senate will come to order. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume legislative session and resume consideration of the motion to proceed to S. 4445, which the clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar 413 S 4445, a bill to protect and expand nationwide access to fertility treatment, including in vitro fertilization.
Senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, I am proud today to be joining my colleague from Texas in support of the IVF Protection Act. I am grateful to Senator Cruz for his leadership on this important topic. Both Senator Cruz and I are parents. We can both attest to the fact that there is no greater blessing in life than our children. For many Americans, building a family, becoming a mom or a dad, that's their American dream. IVF makes the difference in achieving that dream for millions of Americans who are facing infertility. IVF helps aspiring parents to start families, to grow their family. In the U.S., nearly 200 babies are born a day. So nearly 2% of all babies born are because of IVF. This treatment is really a game changer for so many families. That's why I strongly support continued nationwide access to IVF. IVF is legal and available from coast to coast in every single corner of America and in all 50 states. That includes my home state of Alabama, where Governor Ivey and the Alabama legislature acted quickly to protect IVF access. Today, we have an opportunity to act quickly and overwhelmingly to protect continued nationwide IVF access for loving American families. Our IVF Protection Act would do just that. It would give aspiring parents nationwide the certainty and peace of mind that IVF will remain legal and available in every state. Our bill is the only bill that protects IVF access while safeguarding religious liberty. It also could get 60 votes in the United States Senate, and isn't that the point? Yet we're going to have a show vote when we've been talking and saying that we want to protect access to IVF, but yet no one is working to actually get to the 60-vote threshold, which makes me wonder how serious my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are about this. In an era of hyper-partisanship, this bill the IVF Protection Act should be the one that's on the floor today. This is the bill that will give aspiring parents confidence and continued hope that their dreams of bringing life into this world can come true. Look, as I talk to families across Alabama and parents who are hopeful they can bring a child into this world, making sure that this process is protected and available is critically important. However, this bill isn't the one that Democrats are putting on the floor. This is not drafted in that way. It's drafted to be a partisan scare tactic, and what we're going to see today. For example, it's not written in a way to narrowly cover IVF. It includes completely separate treatments and technology, even including human cloning. Democrats are choosing to spread misinformation rather than fostering hope. The American people deserve better. The path forward is Senator Cruz and my IVF Protection Act. Again, I want to applaud my colleague from Texas for his unwavering and continued support for nationwide IVF access. While Democrats prioritize scaring families, Republicans will continue to fight for them. I yield the floor.
The senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I want to thank my friend Senator Britt for her powerful and passionate defense of in vitro fertilization. Senator Britt has been an incredible partner as she and I have worked to pass landmark federal legislation protecting IVF for every American. I'm proud to rise once again to speak on an issue that is personal and vital to millions of American families, the protection of in vitro fertilization. IVF is a medical miracle that has brought the joy of parenthood to millions of families who otherwise might never have experienced it. I am an unequivocal supporter of protecting IVF, and I'm grateful that IVF has given so many parents struggling with infertility the gift of finally holding a child, a baby in their arms, finally having the opportunity to be a mother or a father and to raise a son or daughter and to give all of the love in a family that they so desperately want to give. Today, unfortunately, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are staging an empty show vote on what they call an IVF bill in order to stoke baseless fears about IVF and push their broader political agenda. Let's be clear. There is not a single senator in this chamber on either side of the aisle who wants to ban IVF. All 100 senators, to the best of my knowledge, support IVF. Not a single one has called for banning it. And yet, I previously voted against the Democrats' partisan legislation because it's not an IVF bill. It's designed to backdoor and federalize broad abortion legislation, which I understand is the Democrats' partisan position, but it is contrary to the views of a great many Americans. And the partisan Democrat bill also deliberately overturns the conscious protections of the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. You know, it is unfortunate that Democrats have abandoned what used to be a bipartisan commitment to religious liberty, and they are now more than willing to overturn religious liberty protections. Instead of pushing a partisan and frankly cynical agenda, I invite my Democrat colleagues to actually do what they claim they want to do, which is work with me today and stand together to pass clear federal legislation protecting IVF. IVF is profoundly pro-family. Over 8 million babies have been born through IVF, providing millions of American families the chance to embrace the joy of raising a child. It's an avenue of hope for those struggling with infertility. Misconceptions and deliberate scare tactics from the Democrats about the legal standing of IVF only serve to hurt families who are desperately trying to welcome a child into their lives. What the American people deserve is straightforward pro-IVF legislation That's why my colleague, Senator Britt, and I have introduced the IVF Protection Act, legislation that offers ironclad federal statutory protection for IVF. Our bill does not engage in backdoor politics. It does not infringe on the deeply held beliefs of individuals or organizations. It simply does what needs to be done, safeguarding the right of couples to grow their family if they choose to use IVF, because this should not be a political issue. Instead, it's a deeply human issue. Our bill unequivocally prohibits any state or local government from banning IVF, ensuring that no family will be caught in the crossfire of state-level judicial interpretations. It provides peace of mind to parents and to aspiring parents, while still allowing states to implement reasonable health and safety standards. It ensures that access to IVF is fully protected by federal law, so that every family praying to have a child will be fully protected in their right to pursue parenthood. This isn't just policy. It is a promise to honor and support your desire to welcome a new baby into your family. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill. This is a moment for us to unite political divides and affirm our shared belief in the sanctity of family and the promise of life. In just a moment, I will propound a unanimous consent request to take up and pass the Cruz-Britt bill. Because if we truly stand with families, we must act now to ensure that IVF remains protected today and for generations to come. Now, for those of you in the gallery, those of you at home, there are times when Senate procedure can sound confusing. I want to explain what you're about to see. I am going to ask this body for unanimous consent to pass Senator Britt's and my legislation protecting IVF, putting it into federal law, a clear federal statutory protection for IVF. After I ask for consent, we are going to see a Democrat senator stand up and begin speaking. When she begins speaking, you should listen to two magic words. I object. If the Democrats say those words, I object, it will defeat this bill. And I want you to understand all that is necessary is for the Democrats not to say those words, I object. We could have Democrat senators stand up and give speeches about all of their policy priorities, but understand, the show vote this afternoon is not about IVF, because if the Democrats wanted to protect IVF, this bill would pass 100-0 right now. What the show vote this afternoon is about is Democrats want to spend hundreds of millions of dollars running TV ads in an election season, falsely claiming that Republicans oppose IVF. So listen carefully. If you hear the words, I object, from Senate Democrats, then you will understand the only reason that IVF is not protected with strong, ironclad protection in federal statute is because Senate Democrats cynically object to protecting IVF. And I would note to the members of the media who are writing on this, the Democrats are staging the show vote to get the headlines. They want you to write headlines, every Republican opposes IVF. Well, if you're going to write those false headlines, at least include the fact that today the Senate would have passed 100-0 strong, clear federal protection of IVF for every mom and dad, every parent in America, but for the fact that Senate Democrats cynically object while they claim to support IVF. Well, let's listen and see what happens. Let's hear if we hear the words, I object. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Finance Committee be discharged from further consideration of S. 4368, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. I further ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President. reserving the right to object. I have been perfectly clear about the glaring issue with this Republican bill. The cold, hard reality is that this Republican bill does nothing to meaningfully protect IVF from the biggest threats from lawmakers and anti-abortion extremists all over this country. It would still allow states to regulate IVF out of existence. And this bill is silent on fetal personhood, which is the biggest threat to IVF. It is silent on whether states can demand that an embryo be treated the same as a living, breathing person, or whether parents should be allowed to have clinics dispose of unused embryos, something that is a common, necessary part of the IVF process. Talk to the experts who provide this care. Talk to the families who are seeking it. And that question looms large in their minds. What are we supposed to do if our state says these embryos are living, breathing people? Do we have to do this process in another state? What is our legal risk here? That uncertainty is at the core of the chaos Republican bans have caused. The last time Republicans offered this hollow gesture of a bill, I asked the junior senator from Texas point blank, do you support letting parents have unused embryos disposed of? And a funny thing actually happened. He said on the floor, I'll answer that question, but he never did. He spoke about what the laws in some of our states are, but he never actually said what he supported. He never said what he believes should be federal law. He never mentioned that he once pledged to support a constitutional amendment to establish fetal personhood as the law of the land. So I ask all of my Republican colleagues once again, as a matter of national policy, should parents be allowed to dispose of unused embryos? If so, why is that key provision missing from your bill? Well, we all know why. And if not, how can you look the American people in the eye and say you support IVF? It doesn't compute. Thank you, Mr. President. I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
So I would note there is one reason and one reason only that the Senate has not passed 100-0, a clear, unequivocal federal protection of IVF, because Senate Democrats cynically chose to object. Now, the senator from Washington raised all sorts of issues that are frankly red herrings. The issues she raised are current state law in multiple states, including Louisiana, including Missouri, including Georgia. And yet, IVF is fully protected and available in those states. Senator Britt and I very consciously focused this bill on issues that could command bipartisan agreement. There is not a word in this bill that any senator, Democrat or Republican, disagrees with. Understand why the Democrats are objecting. The Democrats are objecting because they do not want to protect IVF in federal statute. It is cynical because we are 49 days away from Election Day, and they intend to try to scare voters in elections across the country by misleading the voters. I'll point out, at the same time that we have a presidential election, many of us served with the Vice President Kamala Harris. I remember Vice President Harris voting again and again and again against border security, against a border wall, and yet right now Vice President Harris is spending millions of dollars running ads with pictures of Donald Trump's border wall. It is deeply cynical, and it is because she is running away from her open borders record. The same is true here. The Democrats are going to spend millions of dollars arguing that Republicans are opposed to IVF and ignoring the fact that it is Democrats standing up and objecting that prevent it from being protected in federal law. The Democrats don't want to protect IVF because if we pass this law, you know what? They couldn't run their misleading campaign commercials. From a partisan perspective on the Democrat side, far better to block strong federal legislation protecting IVF than to actually come together in a bipartisan way and pass this. I wish we had done that. But this is an election season, and perhaps that is asking too much for my colleagues.
Will the senator yield for a question?
I would happily yield to Senator Cornyn for a question.
I'm a little confused. If the Democrats sincerely want to pass a law relative to IVF, wouldn't they ordinarily work to have an amendment process where we can actually have debate and maybe achieve some consensus? It seems to me that by introducing a bill that they know is bound to fail and blocking the bill that you and the senator from Alabama have offered, that they are guaranteeing there will be no federal protection for IVF. Am I missing something?
As usual, my friend, the fellow senator from Texas, you're not missing something. That is precisely what's going on. This is not lawmaking. This is politics. This is partisan politics. This is an election campaign commercial that the Democrats are engaged in. And to make clear, Leader Schumer knows the result of the vote this afternoon. Why? Because we had the same vote just a couple of months ago. He knows exactly the result. Why are we voting on it again? Because they want reporters to write the same headlines again to deceive the voters. Again, I invite my Democrat colleagues, this should be an easy bill to support if, and this is a big if, in good faith you actually want to protect IVF legislation. If you want a campaign issue, the worst thing for Democrats is actually to pass the Cruz-Britt bill, because then it takes the issue off the table, because every mom and dad and every woman or man who wants to be a mother or father knows IVF is protected. The Democrats don't want that.
Would the senator yield for one more question?
I am happy to yield to Senator Cornyn.
So if Senator Schumer and Senator Murray, the Senate Democrats who've offered this bill, were actually serious about passing a bill to protect IVF, wouldn't the logical approach be to make sure that there was an opportunity to offer and vote on an amendment? And if they were to prevail in their version of the bill, well, 60 senators could determine that and make that happen. If in fact 60 senators agreed with the bill that you and the senator from Alabama have offered, then that bill would prevail and go to the House and then presumably to the president for his signature. But apparently they are afraid to allow the Cruz-Britt bill to even get a vote. They have so little confidence in the likely electoral outcome of their proposal that they don't even want a vote on the Cruz-Britt bill. So again, I just wanted to ask the senator a couple questions because I was wondering whether I was missing something. This seems like, as you said, a cynical show vote and certainly not one to accomplish a result. I appreciate your answering the questions.
So the senator from Texas is exactly correct. And as Senator Cornyn knows well, there are multiple ways to draft a bill. What the Democrats have drafted is a bill that is intended to force Republicans to vote no, because that's the objective. They want the no vote, so they deliberately have put poison pills in this bill. They call it an IVF bill, but it is a radical pro-abortion bill, and it is a radical anti-religious liberty bill. Their objective is they want their bill to fail because this is all about misleading campaign commercials. The bill that Senator Britt and I drafted, we worked very carefully to draft a bill that every senator could agree with. There's not a word in our bill that the Democrats disagree with. Look, abortion is an issue that divides this chamber. There are some of us who are pro-life. There are others who are pro-choice. Senator Britt and I recognize we were not going to resolve the disagreements on abortion on the floor today. So we deliberately drafted a bill that is focused on IVF specifically. There are no poison pills in our bill. There's nothing designed to force the Democrats to vote no. And Senator Cornyn is exactly right that if our bill were on the floor, I believe it would pass. I believe any Democrat voting honestly would vote for it. But I think at a minimum we would get 60 votes and enough to pass it, which is why the Democrats object to taking it up, because they want their bill to fail in order to be misleading.
Senator, yield for a question.
I am happy to yield to the senator from Alabama.
So It is my understanding, as the two of us came together, 49 Republicans strong, sent a letter, statement saying, we strongly support IVF. Now, if the Democrats were serious about needing to protect IVF, which, by the way, is legal and accessible in every state, then wouldn't they have come to us to figure out a pathway forward? But yet today, instead of taking our bill, and if they feel like it needs to be improved, working to do that, they're choosing to do a show vote just to give themselves something to campaign on. Has anyone approached you about working together to find a pathway forward for IVF? Because I am a strong supporter of IVF. I am proudly here, pro-family, believe that we need to find ways to make sure that people do have access and that continues that way. And I think we've been very clear, but no one has approached me. And you have to get to 60. So if you were really if you really believe that IVF is in trouble and in jeopardy, then wouldn't we be the first two people you would come talk to? And no one has talked to me, but yet this bill is going on the floor, which means I know they can't get to 60. There's only 51 of them. Maybe they have a few more. My question is, has anyone approached you? Because if they authentically wanted to protect IVF, if they really cared about women and parents who were wanting to bring a child into the world and they want to give them certainty, they just don't want something to campaign on, I think we'd be the first two people you would come talk to figure out how to have a path forward. No one has spoken to me. It's so disingenuous. This body is supposed to be more than that. Has anyone spoken to you?
I thank Senator Britt for that question. No Democrat has spoken to me. I am, like you, unequivocally in support of IVF. But understand, the Democrats do not want to pass legislation protecting IVF. If you're trying to pass legislation, you don't put poison pills in it. That's what the Democrats have done. Their objective, their goal, is to have their partisan bill fail so that they can use it for political campaigns across this country. It is designed to fail, and it's cynical. It's also predicated on, sadly, the failure of the media. I would note there are no reporters that I see sitting in the gallery. It's predicated on what they know the media will refuse to cover, that they are the ones blocking IVF. They're counting on the media to be partisan and to push their deceptive messaging. We should be protecting IVF. We should be standing unequivocally. As Senator Britt noted, all 49 Republicans stood and signed a joint letter saying, we support IVF. We support protecting IVF. I would note the last time Senator Britt and I came to this floor, we were joined by Senator Roger Marshall from Kansas. Senator Roger Marshall is a physician. He's an OBGYN who has performed IVF for years. He has helped hopeful parents become parents through IVF. And it is literally the cynical position of Democrats that an IVF doctor is opposed to IVF. I want to repeat that for you because it is such an absurd statement. It is the partisan political position of Senate Democrats that an IVF doctor, Roger Marshall, has helped hundreds of parents conceive through IVF, and yet Senate Democrats claim he somehow opposes IVF. That's not true. Use your common sense. This is cynical, and it is wrong. But for those of you at home about to be subjected to millions of dollars of false campaign ads from the Democrats, just understand, if they are telling you that there are senators who are trying to ban IVF, they are deliberately misleading you. And they're doing it because they don't want to defend their actual position on the issues. I yield the floor.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, by all accounts, a vote to protect something as basic and as popular as IVF shouldn't be necessary. But sadly, it is very necessary. Thanks to attacks against reproductive care by Donald Trump and his Project 2025. Excuse me. From the moment Donald Trump's MAGA Supreme Court reversed Roe, the hard right made clear they would keep going. As we saw earlier this year in Alabama, IVF has become one of the hard right's next targets. Today, Senate Republicans must answer a simple question. Do they support American families' access to IVF or not? If they support it, the only option is to vote yes on the Right to IVF Act. But if Senate Republicans vote no today and block IVF protections yet again, it will be further proof they stand against the well-being of families. If Senate Republicans vote no today, it'll be further proof that Project 2025 is alive and well when it comes to women's rights and reproductive rights as well. Republicans cannot claim to care about supporting families while voting against IVF protections. But that's precisely what they did 3 months ago. Today, Republicans get a second chance. Either stand with families struggling with infertility or stand against families and with Project 2025. Kudos and great thanks to Senators Duckworth and Murray and Booker and everyone who's championed this bill. Thank you to all my colleagues who have raised their voice on this most personal of issues. I urge everyone to vote yes. Ask for the yea. Right? And, Mr. President, I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the vote by which cloture failed on the motion to invoke cloture on the motion to proceed to calendar 413 S4445.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move to reconsider the vote by which cloture was not invoked on the motion to invoke cloture on the motion to proceed to calendar 413 S4445.
The question is on the motion to reconsider. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 413 S4445, an act to protect and expand national access to fertility treatment, including in vitro fertilization, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to S4445, a bill to protect and expand nationwide access to fertility treatment, including in vitro fertilization, shall be brought to a close upon reconsideration? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell. Thank you. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan. Thank you. I did. Thank you. Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Cantwell, Duckworth, Lujan, Murray, Schumer, Stabenow, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Britt, Capito, Cruz, Grassley, Mullen, and Paul. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Helmy, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Tester, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Murphy? Aye. Mr. Blumenthal? Aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no.
Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Cardin, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, no.
The Barca Loungers?
Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Butler. Ms. Butler, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Ms. Cinema. Ms. Cinema, aye. Mr. Carper, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 44. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion upon reconsideration is not agreed to. How many did?
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, I come to the floor today to speak on the bill that recently failed, despite my colleagues' assertion that they support access to in vitro fertilization for all Americans. You know, this morning, I was able to pack my daughter's lunch boxes. It sounds mundane, I know, but when I spend just a second thinking about it, even that kind of everyday moment with my girls isn't mundane at all. It's a miracle. Because after 10 years of struggling with infertility, after being wounded in combat, I was only able to have my two darling girls through the medical marvel that is in vitro fertilization. The only reason there are PB&Js for me to make for their lunch, the only reason there are teeny sneakers for me to Velcro clothes is because after I came home from war, I had the freedom to seek the health care I needed to make my dream of going from Tammy to mommy a reality. I was one of the lucky ones because now that freedom to get reproductive care is at risk for millions of other women whose most desperate hope in the world is to have a little one of their own. Make no mistake, that isn't some future nightmare. This is our present reality. Countless women already had their IVF treatments interrupted this year after an Alabama State Supreme Court ruling painted women seeking fertility treatments as criminals. And in this perilous moment for our country, as we stare down November and all the uncertainties that come with it, there's no telling how many more will follow. Look, I doubt that Donald Trump even knows what the acronym IVF stands for, and half the time I wonder if he can even spell IVF. But despite the incoherent, delusional, and frankly embarrassing ramblings that came out of his mouth last week, the reality is that he is the reason that IVF is at risk in the first place. The Dobbs decision is what led us to today's nightmare, taking the power to decide how and when to start families from us women and handing it to politicians in state houses across the country. Donald Trump is the one who brags about taking down Roe. Donald Trump is the one who acts like that's something to be proud of. He's like a bank robber who steals cash out of the till and flees the scene and then still expects a reward for calling the police to report a crime. So while it may now be convenient for him to claim that his support of IVF is as huge as the made-up crowd sizes at his rallies, we know the truth. He is the reason that IVF is in danger. He is to blame. He and every other Republican who cares more about staying good with Trump than about doing good for the Americans they are supposed to be serving. Too many of those Republicans are in this very chamber. I know that because today marked the third time in the past 7 months that I've come to the floor begging my Republican colleagues to help me pass legislation I wrote that would protect every American's right to IVF, regardless of what state they live in. A bill that would permit all health insurers to cover the treatments and one that would require the federal health insurance plan to cover reproductive technologies, allowing our troops to preserve their sperm or eggs before deploying to a combat zone. When I tried to pass it in February, it took the junior Republican senator from Mississippi what seemed like not even one full Mississippi second to block its passage. Then, when I tried to pass it again in June, nearly every GOP member voted it down. Today, it was the same old cynical story as Republican after Republican voted no, no, no. And at this point, it's obvious. Despite whatever talking points they force through gritted teeth on cable news, when the rubber hits the road and the vote is called, Republicans will do anything to get out of actually passing legislation that would protect women's right to access reproductive health care. Women in this country have been through enough. What women don't need is a man who is found liable for sexual abuse controlling what we can or cannot do with our bodies. What we don't need are politicians who have sworn fealty to a convicted felon treating us like we're the ones who are criminals. It's tragic. Republicans themselves in a medical lab freezer. But what about when that life is of fifth graders whose school day gets shattered by a man with an AR-15 who wants to turn their math class into a massacre? What about when that life is their neighbors who is yet one more woman to bleed out on the delivery table as the maternal mortality crisis among women of color rages on? Well, then those same Republicans couldn't seem to care less about defending the sanctity of life. Listen, I'm sure that some of my colleagues will try to slink away from taking any accountability here. Per usual, they'll shout some ridiculous excuse like this bill would allow for human-animal hybrids, as if anyone would ever believe that. And for the record, it would not. Or to those folks, I say that this afternoon's vote was your chance to put your vote where your mouth is. It was your chance to prove that you believe that every woman in this country deserves the chance to be called mom without also being called a criminal. Instead, your true policy beliefs, your hypocrisy, your misogyny showed through. Look, I went to war to defend this nation's rights and freedoms. I did it because I believe so deeply in the importance of that mission. I wasn't asking my GOP colleagues to head into combat to show that they cared deeply too. I wasn't asking them to do anything hard at all, actually. All I was asking them to do was to simply support a bill that could have represented millions of women's only chance of starting families. All I was asking of them was to vote in a way that reflected the position they claimed to have when they were spouting talking points on Fox News. They couldn't even do that. So on behalf of every woman who has faced a heart-shattering struggle of infertility, all I can say to my Republican colleagues this afternoon is, shame on you. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I first want to thank our colleague, Senator Duckworth from Illinois, for her leadership. Anyone that sees the beautiful pictures of her two girls with their different personalities, both of whom would not be here without these procedures, would understand just once you see those kids, as we all know people in our families, with our friends, our neighbors, who literally their families are there because of this procedure, understand how disappointing this vote was. That's a Minnesota euphemism of what happened in just the last hour, where we only had two of our Republican colleagues, the same two who voted with us last time, who were willing to stand up for IVF. IVF is a miracle medical treatment for families who couldn't otherwise have children. Over the last 4 decades, 8 million babies have been born around the world thanks to IVF. Yet today, we are moving backwards. The right to IVF is under attack because 2 years ago, the Supreme Court decided to shred half a century of legal precedent and strip away women's right to make their own health care decisions. Now American women are at the mercy of a patchwork of state laws, as my colleague from Illinois just described, which governs their access to reproductive care, including fertility treatment. What happens in Minnesota now is way different than what happens in our neighboring states of South Dakota and North Dakota, where in fact women have crossed the border to get the kind of health care they need, instead of, as my colleague noted, as has happened in Oklahoma and other states, bleeding out in parking lots. because they have no choice. We saw it happen, of course, when it comes to IVF in Alabama. Their February Supreme Court decision brought IVF procedures in the state to a halt, leaving more than 2 million women in that state without access to this treatment. Whatever happens legally, court cases and the like that change things, go back and forth, it really is all the same thing. All of this angst, all of this actual disastrous effect on women's rights could have been prevented. But instead, we have a group of people, which does not reflect where 70 to 80% of the American people are, who've decided that politicians should make these decisions about a women's health, that politicians should be the ones that are going to decide about IVF or are going to decide about whether or not people can get abortions or the kind of birth control that they want, or even have access to mifepristone. I used to think that the people who were opposing us on this wanted to bring us back to the 1950s, but now it looks like it's 1850s. The people of this country deserve better. I'm thinking of Maida, a woman from Minnesota who became a mom thanks to IVF. In her own words, "I am the proud mother of twin girls, but without IVF and my ability to access treatment, they would not be here today. Our twins are almost 8 years old, and I cannot imagine my life without them. They are incredible humans who are already bringing so much love, joy, and hope into this world. Every parent deserves that hope. No court, no politician should interfere with that hope. But right now, that hope is under attack. And today, many of my colleagues chose to deny that hope to women across the country. In doing so, they are working against the will of 86% of Americans who believe IVF should be protected and legal. Attacks on reproductive freedom and freedom in general, that's not what today should be about. I refuse to settle for a reality in which my daughter has fewer rights than I do or her grandmother did. And I will never stop fighting for a future where women, and not politicians, are in charge of their own health care decisions. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
North Carolina, right?
Mr. President.
Yeah. Senator from North Carolina.
I ask unanimous consent to use a prop during my speech.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, I have the distinct honor of recognizing my alma mater, Appalachian State University, on the 125th anniversary of its founding. Established in Boone, North Carolina, as Watauga Academy in 1899, App State began as a teacher's college with 53 students. Today, it enrolls over 21,000 students, employs more than 3,500 employees, and boasts more than 150,000 living alumni who exemplify the mountaineer spirit every day. This strong and steady growth has established App State as a premier public institution and one of the largest in the UNC system. Given its worldwide reputation, App State has remained true to its mission as a rural institution known for service to its local and regional communities. App State is committed to increasing enrollment of students from North Carolina's rural populations and ensuring timely graduation with as little debt as possible. The university's regional impact is undeniable, contributing nearly $2.2 billion to our state's economy. App State continues to maintain a low student-to-faculty ratio and offers more than 150 undergraduate and 80 graduate majors at its campuses in Boone, Hickory, and online. The university is committed to supporting the workforce needs of North Carolina as one of our state's leading producers of graduates in business, education, and healthcare. Moreover, App State has stepped up to meet the growing needs in the areas of veterinary technology, health sciences, and cybersecurity. App State's successes reach beyond the classroom to competitive sports with more than 400 Mountaineer student athletes in 17 NCAA Division I varsity sports. These student athletes earned a cumulative GPA above 3.0 for the 12th consecutive year during the spring semester of 2024. Since joining the Sun Belt Conference in 2014, Mountaineer athletic programs have won 13 conference championships. 4 of those titles belong to the nationally ranked football team, the legendary triumphs of which are known from Ann Arbor Mission to College Station, Texas. On behalf of the citizens of the state of North Carolina, I congratulate Appalachian State University on 125 years of service to our state and our region. I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week, hundreds of farmers and ranchers from all regions of our country, representing operations of all sizes and all the major crops, traveled to the Capitol to encourage us to pass a stronger, farm-focused farm bill before the end of this year. I met with many of these individuals, and I'm grateful they took the time away from their families and their farms and ranches to tell us what is at stake if Congress fails to pass a farm bill this year. For these farmers, this trip came with the additional stress of being away from farm at the height of harvest season. Their visits clearly articulated the anxiety gripping farm country at this crucial moment. For the past few months, farmers, ranchers, the organizations who represent them, and the agricultural banking sector have all warned of an impending crisis in farm country. Producers are struggling to make ends meet in an environment where costs for farm inputs have ballooned from inflation, interest rates have doubled, and market prices are far below the cost of production. Coupled with consecutive years of losses, the financial stress borne particularly by our row crop farmers is now being revealed. The reality is there will be fewer farmers in 2025 if Congress does not respond. We have been warned that many farmers will struggle to secure operating loans for the next year. This is a devastating realization. The outdated farm safety net they are operating under is doing nothing to address these realities. That is why the Senate needs to take two immediate actions. First, we need to provide emergency assistance to address the economic losses that farmers are facing associated with the 2024 crop. Even with record yields, farmers are still not breaking even. This is not a crisis that they can handle. They, in any way, insure themselves or conserve their way out of it. Farmers across the country need a bridge to help their family farms survive into next year. We've seen previous ad hoc assistance programs established in a period of weeks, as demonstrated by the then Secretary Perdue, when COVID-19 pandemic created disruptions for producers. That level of timely and urgent response by Congress and the administration is once again warranted. In southern states like Arkansas, Mississippi, and Texas, many producers have harvested their 2024 crop, and many are losing hundreds of dollars per acre of ground they farm. That same experience is beginning to creep into the Midwest and northern states as harvest begins in these regions. What do losses of this magnitude actually translate to? Not only are producers not able to pay their bills, but they won't be able to secure an operating loan for next year's crop, let alone have any income at all to survive on. This has a devastating ripple effect on rural businesses and communities. Now, let me be clear, emergency assistance does not reduce the need to make meaningful investments to the commodity and crop insurance titles of the next farm bill. In fact, the clear necessity of providing ad hoc assistance for economic losses demonstrates how inadequate the 2018 Farm Bill has become. The next Farm Bill is the appropriate place to make the necessary long-term corrections to our farm safety net, but farmers need timely support addressing the 2024 losses as they enter the winter months when they make planning decisions and secure financing for the upcoming crop year. Which leads me to the second action Congress must take. We must redouble our efforts to pass a farm bill before the end of the calendar year that meets this moment, one that provides the support our farmers desperately need to stay in business. I'm committed to sitting down with my counterparts for as long as it takes to hash out a deal that our members can support. I was encouraged to see House Ag Committee Ranking Member David Scott make a similar appeal last week. I know our respective chairs are eager to pass a bill this session in Congress. The window to make this happen is closing quickly. Our family farmers are staring down a crisis that is growing more dire by the day, and many fear that the Senate simply doesn't care about their plight. Mr. President, you and I both know, and you as one of our stellar members on the Ag Committee know that that's far from the truth. I know my colleagues want to make sure, all of our colleagues on both sides of the aisle want to make sure our farmers can continue to produce the safest, most affordable, and most abundant supply of fuel and fiber in the world. But without action, it's an understandable sentiment. We have been sounding the alarm on this brewing crisis for many months. It is the very reason we have been adamant about the need for more farm in the Farm Bill. With that, Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call a roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are we in quorum call?
We are.
I ask that we dispense with
Without
quorum
objection.
call. Thank you, Mr. President. Across our country, more than 3 million female high school and college athletes compete, practice, and train every day to achieve athletic success. For many of these young women and girls, their sports are more than just a game. They're a lifelong passion that improves their physical health, boosts self-confidence, and teaches them the leadership skills to succeed on and off the field. In short, women's athletics have done incredible things for women, which is why it is so deeply disturbing to see the Biden-Harris administration wage a war on women's sports. In their crosshairs, Title IX, the landmark civil rights law that codified protections on the basis of sex. By requiring equal resources for training, recruitment, and scholarships for female athletic programs. Title IX led to an explosion of women's participation in sports. In fact, since 1972, the year Title IX became law, the number of female college athletes increased by a factor of 7, while the number of female high school athletes has increased by more than 10-fold. Yet for years, we have seen this administration undermine the very Title IX protections that enabled greater women's participation in sports. In 2022, on the 50th anniversary of Title IX, the Department of Education announced new rules that force schools to allow biological males to play on female teams. And just in April, the administration redefined discrimination to allow biological men to use women-only locker rooms and bathrooms. Are Tennesseans and the American people really expected to believe this is okay? You do not need to be a biologist to understand that there are fundamental biological differences between men and women. And when it comes to sports, these differences undermine fair play, erase women's hard-earned achievements, and put female athletes in danger. Thankfully, many young women are bravely speaking out against the Biden-Harris administration's radical agenda, including Tennessee's Riley Gaines. In 2021, Riley was forced to compete against and share a locker room with a biological male during the NCAA Women's Swimming and Diving Championships. During the 200-meter competition, Riley tied for 5th with her male competitor, but when Riley went to the award ceremony to pick up her trophy, officials told her that they were giving the 5th-place trophy to the biological male. Yours will be coming in the mail, they told her. This should never happen in the United States. Now more than ever, Congress should stand with the female athletes fighting for fair play and celebrate the incredible contributions women have made in the world of sports. That's why I'm calling for unanimous consent for my resolution to establish October 10th as American Girls in Sports Day. Of course, we picked that date for a special reason. As the 10th day of the 10th month, October 10th is represented by the Roman numerals XX, the same numerals of the female sex chromosome. In the last 50 years, female athletes have gone from the sidelines to the center stage of competition. As we continue to fight for women's participation in sports, we must keep in mind what is at stake. And the American Girls in Sports Day resolution will help to ensure that we all join together and celebrate our female athletes. I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation be discharged from further consideration, and the Senate now proceed to Senate Resolution 669. Further, that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Objection. Senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. First of all, let me offer my thanks to the senator from Tennessee for all the work that she has done with my colleague, Senator Blumenthal, to protect our kids online. I'm truly grateful for what they have done together. And although she and I have not worked closely together on legislation, I hope that we'll be able to find partnerships to work together to further protections from our kids, for our kids. And I mean that sincerely. She and I may not agree on a lot. As she will hear, we don't agree on this particular resolution, but I do hope that we get the chance to work together. I mean that, but I also mean this with all due respect. Let's be clear about what this is, Mr. President. This isn't an effort to solve a problem. This whole obsession with transgender kids from the right wing is just about picking on vulnerable kids so that adults can make themselves feel big. Bullying and harassing kids because it makes adults feel powerful. As far as I'm concerned, this whole effort is shameful. It's important to understand that resolutions like this do not stand in isolation. It is part of a massive campaign by the right to convince Americans that they should fear immigrants, that they should fear Muslims, that they should fear gay children, that they should fear transgender athletes. The world in which Republicans want us to live is a world where the biggest problems are not low wages or expensive health care or addiction or loneliness, but the threats posed to us by people who are of a different race or speak a different language or are of a different sexual orientation or gender identity. It's a massive, coordinated attempt to marginalize people who aren't white, straight, and Christian. And it exists for a reason, to distract you. I have a ton of close Republican friends in this chamber who I work with a lot, but let's be honest. The Republican Party's platform today is maybe the most unpopular agenda of any major political party in recent memory. Ban abortion, cut taxes for corporations and millionaires, ban books, loosen gun laws. Nobody wants any of that. So what do you do if the things you actually want to do, if you achieve power, are super, super unpopular? You distract them with giant, gross lies, like immigrants are eating our pets, or greatly exaggerated untruths, like our high school sports are under assault from transgender kids. It is all an effort to hide the ball from the real agenda, abortion bans and millionaire tax cuts, by trying to make you believe that you should spend your entire day, that you should spend your entire life just being afraid of people that are different from you. Let me give you the facts, not the fear-mongering, about high school transgender athletes. And I'll let you decide whether this situation is worthy of hundreds of bills having been introduced by Republicans all across the country, whether it's worthy of debate continuously over and over again on the Senate floor. There are over 6 million kids competing in high school sports today. For the problem of transgender girls competing in girls' sports to be a national crisis, what percentage of that 6 million would be transgender girls? 10%? Is that a crisis? 5%? 1%? It's none of those. Let's take Florida as an example. More than 800,000 students in Florida participate in high school athletics. Before they enacted their ban, how many transgender athletes were in Florida of those 800,000 students? 100? Nope. 50? Nope. Over the course of 8 years, in the entire state of Florida, before their ban, there were 13 transgender high school athletes. 13. Those 13 girls were apparently waging a war against girls' sports. That's a pretty small army to be waging a war. You're more likely to be killed by a falling object in this country than to have your daughter compete against a transgender girl in high school sports. But what if she did? I think every state and every school district should decide these questions for themselves. I don't think the federal government should get involved. But as a parent personally, I celebrate those few transgender kids who often spend their entire adolescence being shamed or marginalized by the kind of small people who push resolutions like this. I celebrate the fact that they get the experience of the camaraderie and the happiness that comes with being part of a sports team. I think that's great. I don't think that's a threat to my kids. I don't think that's a threat to my community or the nation. I teach my kids to love everybody, to include everybody, to see people who are different from them, who are a different race, a different religion, even a different gender identity as potential friends, not as enemies, waging war against them, to be shamed or bullied. This is an absurd resolution. It's designed to distract Americans from Republicans' real agendas. It's designed to build a culture of fear and mistrust, a culture that I'm going to tell you, most Americans reject, and therefore I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would encourage my colleague to go read the Republican Party platform. It's very short, as a matter of fact, and there's nothing in it about banning anything. Believe you me, I know that. So I would encourage him to take the 15 or 20 minutes. It's not a long, lengthy document. It's got 20 actions that we are going to take, and then it has some principles on which we stand and believe. I also find it very interesting that he looks at a resolution that would celebrate women as something that should be feared, because it's not about fear. It's not about division. It's not about distraction. This is something that says to our young girls and these young athletes, we are proud of you. Keep it up. I mean, here's some of the language from the resolution. Athletic participation has an important positive impact on young girls, improving their physical health, self-confidence, their discipline. Women have been responsible for some of the greatest athletic feats in the sports history of the United States, from the Olympic Games, and we all cheered our young women who excelled and won those medals, and those that were in competition in the Olympics, all the way to professional competition. Female athletes have served as an inspiration for generations of women and girls. In Tennessee, I will tell you, there are young girls probably out in the driveway bouncing a basketball right now. They want to be a Lady Vol. That is one of their goals in life. And as for the number of titles and things that have been lost since 2003, biological men have displaced women and girls from over 950 championship titles, medals, scholarships, and records that should have rightfully gone to these girls. And at least 28 women's sports titles in volleyball, swimming, mountain biking, track and field, weightlifting, and cycling. Now, this is a celebration of female accomplishment. This is a celebration of female accomplishment. So while I enjoy the opportunity to work with my colleague, I am disappointed to hear him feel and express his opinion that celebrating women and giving a day to celebrate our female athletes would be something that would strike fear and would cause division. We should all be united around celebrating our female athletes. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Washington.
Is the Senate in a quorum?
Yes.
Call? I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Right. Mr. President, today we once again attempted to move forward on the Right to IVF Act, and Republicans once again stopped us. Now let's remember a few things about how we actually got here, because it is infuriating. Republicans have tried to claim the right to IVF is not under attack. But it was Republicans' own votes that killed this bill. And it was the Republicans' own efforts to overturn Roe v. Wade and champion fetal personhood, which treats an embryo like a living, breathing person, that caused the chaos and uncertainty around IVF access, that caused women in Alabama to have IVF appointments canceled earlier this year, jeopardizing women's hope of growing their families and lighting on fire the thousands of dollars some of these patients spent ahead of treatment. And despite that hard lesson, to this day, there is still widespread Republican support for fetal personhood bills. To this day, Republicans own bills to supposedly protect IVF. They say nothing about fetal personhood and do nothing to make sure parents can dispose of unused embryos. Now, Democrats came forward with a bill that would actually protect IVF. Our bill, the Right to IVF Act, protects the right to IVF nationally, and it lowers the cost of IVF for families with stronger insurance coverage requirements. It also includes my bill to make sure more veterans and service members can access IVF services. And many of the same Republicans who have supported fetal personhood laws, the single greatest threat to IVF, are pretending this bill isn't necessary. Many of the same Republicans who are desperate to posture as pro-family and who constantly say they stand by our troops are saying we can't afford to help more military families get IVF. Funny how they're always game to shovel more money at tax breaks for billionaires, though, but I digress. Mr. President, Republicans voted this bill down again. They voted down protecting IVF again. They voted down making IVF more affordable again. They voted down helping service members and veterans grow their families again. And they did it fresh off another round of pretending to support IVF. They did it just as Donald Trump, the man who kicked all of this off, the man who proudly boasted that he ended Roe, is trying to say he's the leader on IVF. When Donald Trump says he is the leader on IVF, hear me on two things. First, he almost certainly doesn't understand what IVF is. Secondly, he doesn't understand what leadership is. You do not get credit for opposing a problem that you caused in the first place, especially when your party, the party you lead, won't let us solve it. The entire country just saw plain as day that Donald Trump is lying again and that nothing has changed for Republicans since they overturned Roe v. Wade. Nothing has changed for Republicans since the absolute heartbreak and chaos their extremism caused in Alabama. Nothing has changed for Republicans despite Trump's imaginary leadership on IVF and despite all the families who are calling for action. But Democrats are not going to stop pushing, and I have a message for my Republican colleagues who think they can talk about this issue, make big promises to desperate families, like Trump's promise to cover IVF treatment, and then fail to follow through. I would urge them to think again and tread lightly, because that promise may just be an empty soundbite to Donald Trump, but it is so personal to these families. It is personal to women who've been trying for years to start a family with no luck, women who month after month get their hopes up and face another heartbreak. The last thing these families need is a broken promise. The last thing their heart can bear is false hope. So don't you dare breathe another word about helping them get IVF when you are not willing to put up the votes and make it happen. Don't you dare talk about protecting their chance to grow their family when you're not willing to stand clear and strong against fetal personhood laws. Don't you dare raise your voice in more fake support when you won't lift a finger to actually help, because these families have been listening to your words. They saw how you voted today, and Mr. President, they will not forget.
Senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, here in this chamber, it's your vote that counts, not your tweets, not your public statements, not your TV interviews, your votes. And today, for the second time in 3 months, Republicans voted against protecting IVF. Some of them claim to support IVF. All of them profess to be pro-life. But given a chance to be both, they failed. Republicans are doing a lot of mental gymnastics to try to justify their cruel extremism on this issue. But let's be very clear about what the Right to IVF Act does. It protects every American's right to access IVF and lower the cost of treatments for families who need it. That means anyone struggling to start or to grow a family can undergo IVF without fear of interference or punishment by the government. And think about the fact that we have to make a law that says families should not be punished for trying to start a family. That's what this bill does. It says you should have access to this care and you cannot be punished for trying to start a family. It means providers can administer the treatment without worrying that they'll be thrown in jail or have their license taken away just for doing their jobs. And it means insurers can cover IVF without implementing absurd restrictions and onerous requirements that would make it all but impossible to access this miraculous treatment. What this bill is a common sense measure that is necessary precisely because of the environment Republicans created with the fall of Roe. An environment where over half of women of reproductive age in America now live in states that are hostile to abortion rights. And let's be clear, Republicans did that through their vessel of the United States Supreme Court. And so they can pretend to be for IVF, but vote against the bill that would actually protect it for good. They can pretend to be for life while also trying to restrict access to a miraculous treatment that creates life. They can pretend to have their own bill to support IVF when in fact that bill literally does the opposite. It literally does the opposite. Because here, it's your vote that counts. It is not your rhetoric. It is not your statement. It is not even your explanation. They voted no against IVF, and shame on them. I yield the floor.
The senator from Washington.
I rise to join my colleagues and want to thank my colleague, Senator Murray, for her leadership on this important issue over many, many years. But I join my colleagues to say it's time to put partisan politics aside and stay out of family planning issues and leave that up to families in America. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle had an opportunity today to believe that women deserve the chance to start a family through IVF, the miracle for people who have been struggling with fertility challenges. In 2022, more than 2,000 new babies were born in the state of Washington, thanks to IVF. This is something we'd like to see every year, but as the court has struck down important issues and states have gone on various efforts to try to restrict women's access to health care and full reproductive care, IVF has even been questioned. Practically everyone knows someone who overcame the challenge, desperate to have a pregnancy and the sadness of infertility, and that's probably why 86% of Americans say that IVF should be legal. This afternoon, we voted on that right. the Right to IVF Act. That's what we were voting on, a straightforward vote. One of those that would just show the American people, the mainstream of America, that we agree with them. That's all we were trying to do, as people have punted around this very important right that now, because of actions by individual states, no longer seems to be guaranteed, and yet we all here could have cast a vote saying we wanted to protect it in voting for this act. It was an opportunity for us to ask our colleagues who previously voted against this measure to say that they actually agreed this time on IVF, to show that they mean what they say, not some version of a bill that basically curtails and makes it impossible for somebody to run an IVF organization. We have no time for that, no time for that. My colleagues' voting history shows that if you didn't support IVF before and you didn't support it today, I'm not sure what it is that you think you support. Democrats are trying to guarantee the access, and Republicans are blocking us. Americans say should be protected, and Republicans blocked us. We tried to pass a law saying that you can't put a woman in jail for trying to leave her state just to get abortion care, and that was blocked. And we tried to pass a law saying that you can't put a healthcare worker in jail for performing abortions in their state where the procedure is legal. Republicans blocked that too. And today, another block of just something very basic, the Right to IVF Act. So, reproductive freedoms of all sorts and family planning is under attack. We had a chance to speak as one voice and to talk. Families will continue to wonder what IVF is going to be available in the United States of America. Americans should have the access to these reproductive rights. Americans should have the freedom to decide for themselves when and how to have children, and they should have the freedom to use IVF for their families and to plan to start a family. This summer, I released a healthcare report along with my colleagues that talked about people who lived in red states where they were forcing people. So sad and scary to find out that pregnancy complexity, only to be told, I'm not going to see you, and then have them flown to a facility in Seattle. What kind of hardship are you putting on people? And then with great sadness, I read this article that came out of the actions that we've passed, Donald Trump's actions, end quote. This is what we're doing to America. We are leaving reproductive choice up in the air. We are making women travel all over just to get care. And now we're telling Americans we don't even know if we believe in IVF. This nonsense has to stop. This is about families planning. This is about families planning for their future. It is not about politicians putting hardships on patients seeking health care and then turning them away and affecting their lives, and in this case, the tragedy of this young woman. I thank my colleague, Senator Murray, for helping organize us. I ask our colleagues, we can do better than this. They need to do better than this for the American people. I thank the President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Hawaii.
I want to thank Senator Murray for her leadership on reproductive freedom issues and my colleagues speaking today in support of the IVF bill that we just voted on. Mr. President, once again, today, our Republican colleagues have shown us where their priorities truly lie. Despite insisting time and again how much they support the right to in vitro fertilization, or IVF, they just voted again, nearly unanimously, to block a bill providing that very right. For decades, IVF and other assisted reproductive technologies, or ART, have helped people who otherwise couldn't start families of their own. While some on the right like to depict IVF as some sort of new or untested technology, that is not so. The first baby delivered via IVF was more than 45 years ago, and since then, IVFs have helped bring more than 10 million babies into this world. In fact, as a state representative in Hawaii in the 1980s, I led the passage of a bill making Hawaii one of the first states in the nation to require health insurers to cover IVF treatment. And earlier this year, I met Dr. Lori Kamemoto, an OBGYN in Hawaii, who decades ago helped deliver the first baby born in Hawaii via IVF. But now, thanks to the chaos created by Dobbs, a whole range of reproductive rights, including the right to IVF, are on the chopping block. Look at Alabama, where the state Supreme Court invoked a, quote, fetal personhood, unquote, law to call into question the legality of IVF, effectively halting IVF treatment in that state. Despite the fact that more than 85% of Americans support IVF, Republicans here in the Senate have now on several occasions blocked our attempts to pass a bill to protect IVF treatments. Apparently, Republicans' obsessions with power and control over women's bodies and our lives knows no bounds. Republicans insist that support IVF, but refuse to protect access to IVF. They insist access to contraception is safe and they support it, but when given the chance, refuse to codify that support into law. Frankly, can anyone take Republicans at their word when they say they won't enact a nationwide abortion ban if given the opportunity? We can't, Mr. President. They've shown us who they are and just how wildly out of step they are with the American people. As Republicans continue on their anti-freedom, anti-women crusade, Democrats will continue fighting to protect the right to IVF as we work to ensure people can make decisions about their bodies, their lives, and their futures free from government intrusion. Thank you. I yield back.
Senator from Connecticut.
Actions always speak louder than words. For all their words, our Republican colleagues have acted today in a way that will speak for years and longer. It will speak to Lisa, a constituent of mine in Connecticut. And I asked my Republican colleagues to listen to Lisa in what she shared with me after the Alabama Supreme Court ruling and before she and her husband became parents to a healthy, happy baby girl as a result of IVF. She said, and I quote her, "If a woman is willing to go through the physical, emotional, and financial toll of IVF treatment to bring a new life into the world, you'd better believe she is going to love that baby more than anything one can imagine. And we need more love like that in the world." For Lisa, that Alabama Supreme Court ruling banning IVF treatment was, quote, heartbreaking and infuriating. Families like Lisa's wouldn't exist if it weren't for IVF. I asked my Republican colleagues to listen to Kim and Tina, who were married in 2013 and immediately knew they wanted to start a family in Connecticut. As a gay couple, they needed to rely on reproductive technology, and they were forced to meet standards that their straight friends never encountered. And IVF worked for them. They're now proud parents to twins, whom they call, quote, the greatest gifts of our lives. Interested in politics and government, trumpets and sailing, their gifts to the community, their friends, and their school. Listening to parents who have gone through the heartbreak and pain of infertility and who have found this miracle of IVF is not limited to Kim and Tina and Lisa. It is all of America who knows these stories in their own lives. Every American knows a couple that has tried year after year. And finally, if they are really lucky and can afford it, discovers the miracle of IVF. Very simply, every one of those families, every American ought to have access to that miracle of life. And yet, our Republican colleagues, even though their own constituents would tell them, if they were listening, about the reasons why IVF should be protected, have acted today, despite their words and their rhetoric, to block IVF protection. This scientific miracle is so immensely important, it ought to be non-political, non-partisan, non-controversial. There ought to be unanimity. And this vote is the second one. I believe in second chances. If we had wanted to be strictly political about this bill, we could have said, well, no second chance here. We're going to take you on that first vote because that would be the one politically advantageous. We gave them a second chance to get right on IVF, and they refused. I'm angry, I'm disgusted, most important, I'm sad, because this vote was an opportunity to tell American families, we're with you, we stand with you. We know how physically painful IVF is. We know how emotionally painful infertility can be. We know how great families want to build greater families with children who will serve our country, make it greater. The callousness and cowardice of our Republican colleagues speaks louder than words. And this vote will haunt them. It will haunt, at the very least, their consciences, or it should. We have the courage to stand with the American families who need and deserve IVF. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I'm so grateful to be here with colleagues who care deeply about protecting our reproductive freedoms and supporting families. all across America. And I want to thank Senator Patty Murray, who's been our leader on this for many years. And it's just incredible to me that in 2024, we are standing here even having to talk about this. It's really incredible. And I just want to take us back a bit, because this Congress, Republicans have had 16 chances to protect reproductive freedom. Over 16 chances. And every time they have voted no. So today, once again, they block a bill to protect access to IVF for thousands of American families. Now, we had this vote before, and then the former president said he changed his mind. And he wanted to make IVF free. And he wanted to force insurance companies to cover IVF. And we thought, well, that's great. Let's come together in a bipartisan way to be able to move forward and protect this really important part of reproductive freedom. So we bring the bill up again. Now, I assumed that the former president was on the phone all last night calling our colleagues, calling all of our Republican colleagues. I mean, like he did for his effort to block and kill the bipartisan border security bill when he wanted to make sure that didn't go forward and he had an issue to run on. He was burning up the phones. Well, given what he said to the American people about his now support for IVF, I assume he was burning up the phones last night. Well, if he was, it wasn't very effective, and Mr. President, we know he wasn't. We know when he really wants something, what he does. When he really wants something, he's calling the Speaker of the House to say, don't support a bipartisan bill to continue the government, shut it down. But I bet there wasn't one phone call made last night to support this effort to protect a woman's reproductive freedom and the freedom of families to grow their families. Since the fall of Roe, Republicans have continued their assault on reproductive freedom. IVF, questions about birth control, of course, abortion access, and there are a whole range of privacy questions for women in terms of what happens during their pregnancies. We know that IVF is about allowing the freedom to have children. You know, if you struggle with infertility, it gives you a way, an effective way to start or grow a family. It's helped thousands of American children, including my friend Ellen, who now has a beautiful little boy, Carter. Just had his first birthday party not long ago. I mean, how could you not love that face? Carter is incredible, and we are all so excited for Ellen and for Carter. That's the miracle of IVF, Mr. President. IVF has also helped Brittany from Holly, Michigan, start her family. After being diagnosed with PCOS at 16, she experienced fertility issues when she was ready to start a family. After 3 years, 6 rounds of fertility treatments, countless tests, and 2 rounds of IVF, she gave birth to her beautiful baby girl, Eloisa, who's now 11 months old. What a blessing. Despite the strain this journey put on her relationships, Brittany told me that every penny was worth it. Every penny was worth it for our daughter. IVF has made our family complete. And she's not the only Michigander who's been able to start a family because of IVF. When her husband was serving our country in the U.S. Navy, Sue from Brighton, Michigan, used IVF to bring her son into the world. At the time, she was an elementary school teacher, and her husband was deployed for months at a time. Her entire salary went towards the 7 rounds of IVF that were needed to have a successful pregnancy. With insurance only paying for some of the medication, she spent over $100,000 out of pocket on treatment to be able to have that baby. This journey put an emotional and financial strain on Sue and her husband, and that is certainly not surprising. And this situation is not unique. Our veterans and service members sacrifice so much for our country. They shouldn't have to sacrifice their ability to start or grow a family because these treatments aren't covered, and politicians tell them they don't have that choice. And families shouldn't have to choose between going into debt to cover the enormous cost of treatment and having a baby just because it's not covered by insurance. That's why voting for the Right to IVF Act was a no-brainer for me. We need to protect this freedom, access to this opportunity for families. We need to expand and protect fertility treatments for our service members and our veterans, and cover adoption assistance. We need to cover and lower the cost of IVF treatments for all. We need to make sure women have the freedom to make our own reproductive decisions, not right-wing politicians, not judges. When I hear the former president say, this is all about sending the decision back to the states rather than the federal government. No, this is about having individual women and their families make the decision. It doesn't matter if it's a federal politician or a state politician. The point is there should be no politician. It should be the woman and her family making those decisions, the woman herself making that decision about what will happen for her. So that's what we're fighting for, and we're not going to stop fighting for that. In America, we had that freedom for over 50 years, and it got ripped away by Donald Trump and the appointments he made to the United States Supreme Court. And now it's just unleashed all kinds of harm, all kinds of damage for women and death because of the fact that some folks that think they can control women's lives. I'm incredibly disappointed that our Republican colleagues did not join us today in protecting this important freedom. Thank you, Mr. President.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
the senator from Illinois.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I ask consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 700.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, United States Tax Court, Rose E. Jenkins of the District of Columbia to be a judge of the United States Tax Court for a term of 15 years.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 700, Rose E. Jenkins of the District of Columbia to be a judge of the United States Tax Court for a term of 15 years, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the mandatory quorum call for the cloture motion filed today, September 17, be waived.
Without objection.
On behalf of the Majority Leader, I ask the Chair to execute the order from yesterday with respect to the confirmation vote on the Costello nomination.
Under the previous order, the question occurs on the nomination.
Yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Britt, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Deans, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Brown, Cardin, Durbin, Hassan, Helmy, Hirono, Murray, Schatz, Sinema, and Warren. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Cassidy, Haggerty, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Mullen, Ricketts, Risch, Rubio, Tuberville, and Young. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, aye. Ms. Stabenow. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, no. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. King. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Deans. Mr. Deans, no. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Ms. Butler. Ms. Butler, aye. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Romney, aye.
Grassley. Mr. Grassley. No. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye.
The yeas are 52, the nays are 41, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Biden-Harris apparent strategy for handling the massive influx of migrants on the southern border has been to funnel them into allegedly temporary parole programs and act like the Biden-Harris border crisis has been resolved. Far from it. There's little public data on the number of people who've actually been released into the United States under these programs, whether they're making asylum claims or whether their claims are being evaluated in any way before they're being released, or whether they've ever leave the country or remain indefinitely. The administration has gone to great lengths to hide the ball when it comes to levels of illegal immigration. But the American people deserve to know exactly how many migrants are being released into the country and exactly on what terms. That's why I led the Southern Border Transparency Act, which would shine a bright light on the catch and release policies of the administration by requiring the Department of Homeland Security to fully report on how it handles migrants encountered at the southern border. This is the most basic of transparency measures, just the facts. That's all we're looking for. And anyone who supports securing the southern border can support this legislation. I appreciate Senator Grassley's leadership on this issue, and I hope the Senate can advance this bill today. So, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of S3187 and that the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S3187, a bill to require the Department of Homeland Security to publish various publications and reports, and so forth.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I now ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Iowa.
No. In the Biden-Harris America, children disappear every day. You won't see their faces on any milk cartons. Search parties aren't set for them, and the Amber Alert almost never sounds. According to the Justice Department's filings, some of these children reappear years later in emergency departments with injuries from physical or sexual abuse. Others resurface as underage laborers working jobs that most adults won't even take, and many are never heard from again. These forgotten children are overlooked because they are unaccompanied migrant children These are the children who crossed into the United States without their families, without their moms or dads. By February 2023, the New York Times reported the Biden-Harris administration could not reach 85,000 of the unaccompanied migrant children that had entered the United States since 2021. Then in August of 2024, the Department of Homeland Security Office of Inspector General found the government failed to enroll 291,000 of these children in immigration proceedings over the last 5 years. Of those that were enrolled, 32,000 never showed up to the court. Many of them are missing. Government employees working directly with these kids begin to sound alarm. The Biden-Harris administration responded by quietly, very quietly, suppressing attempts to save these missing children in order to avoid politically inconvenient narrative. And the very same Democrats and members of the media who had actually decried Trump-era immigration policies stayed silent. The media didn't do their job of properly pointing out wrongs, except when you have a Republican president. At least one whistleblower was actually walked off-site at a shelter for these children for reporting that children were in danger to law enforcement. Other whistleblowers told my office they were denied access to records that might have raised concerns about children being trafficked. The most consistent whistleblower complaint that I received was that law enforcement was not given the information needed to save missing children. Desperate to find these kids, at least one Homeland Security agent asked a whistleblower to establish information sharing channels on imperiled children because there was no formal channel in place for this information to be shared. Now, we all know that denying law enforcement access to this life-saving information was part of the Biden-Harris immigration plan. 3 months into their term, the Biden-Harris administration tore up information sharing, an agreement between Homeland Security investigations and the official responsible for running the Unaccompanied Children program. They replaced that agreement with a watered-down agreement that deleted provisions requiring sponsors to be vetted and run through certain law enforcement checks before receiving custody of a child. Today, law enforcement has significantly less involvement in vetting sponsors, even if the sponsor is a complete stranger to the child. Now, this is not family reunification, as the Biden administration wants the entire country to believe. According to government statistics, between October 2021 and September 2022, over 18,000 children were given to distant relatives or unrelated adults. Now, turning over custody to a child is one of the most consequential actions a caseworker can ever take. From there on out, every decision made for the child belongs to the sponsor. Financial, housing, medical, you name it. The sponsor is in control of their decisions. I can't imagine having every decision critical to my survival turned over to a complete stranger who the government hasn't even fully vetted. But child safety wasn't this administration's priority. Now, thanks to whistleblowers, we have been provided records and disclosures that were so bad, I had to refer the information to law enforcement way back in January to try and rescue kids. But given the poor vetting, it's much harder to find those same kids. As illegal border crossings surged, pressure mounted from the top of the bureaucracy to process kids faster, to avoid accusations of quote-unquote kids in cages. During a conference call, Secretary Becerra of HHS admonished his employees that they weren't moving kids out to sponsors fast enough. That's the environment that I'm talking about. Getting things done quickly so you can't be politically criticized like Trump was criticized. He said, quote, Secretary Becerra said, quote, "This is not the way you do an assembly line," end of quote. Program operators knew this politically motivated rush could have dangerous consequences, but they proceeded anyway. One official said the quiet part out loud to a whistleblower trying to intervene to protect endangered kids. She was told, quote, "We only get sued if we keep kids in care of the government too long. We don't get sued by traffickers," end of quote. Now, can you believe that approach to protecting kids? The Biden administration published wave after wave of field guidance meant to push kids to sponsors faster and cover up the consequences of this haste. They removed fingerprint requirements for sponsors claiming to be parents or legal guardians, even without sufficient verification. Simply this, just, I am who I say I am. They released kids to sponsors before background checks had been completed. They denied law enforcement access to photographs of children. Now, during a Senate Finance hearing, Secretary Cornyn asked Senator Cornyn asked Secretary Becerra, who the Biden-Harris administration believes is responsible for making sure that these children aren't being trafficked. Secretary Becerra said it's, quote, "the communities where they enter," end of quote. So just some community, any place in the United States, to be responsible to make sure that these children are treated and not being trafficked? I'm not sure if the Biden-Harris administration ever stopped to wonder how local law enforcement looks after a child when this administration won't even give them a photograph of an endangered child. I'm told that law enforcement can't. What resulted from this administration's disastrous policies almost inevitably was a systematic abuse and disappearance of migrant children. Whistleblowers fought in vain to prevent children from going to men who sexualize them. MS-13 gang-affiliated sponsors and also sponsors who were mass applying for kids. We had an example of where one address, someplace, some city in this country, was used to get massive numbers of kids under that address. Just hearing that ought to scare anyone. One whistleblower told my office they called a sponsor only to hear a child's agonizing screams before the line then was quickly disconnected. Whistleblowers testified on all this in a heartbreaking detail at an oversight roundtable that I led on this topic just this year in July. I've lost count of the number of reports and letters sent by Congress to the Unaccompanied Migrant Children's Program, actually sounding alarms that have gone unheeded, even ignored. Each highlighted program vulnerabilities, and there's plenty of those vulnerabilities. Each made recommendations that could have saved lives. Now, I've been involved in this in a bipartisan way for a long period of time. My decade of bipartisan oversight has revealed an unaccompanied migrant children program in which abuse and misconduct have become routine and tolerated. For example, in 2021, Oregon Democratic Senator Wyden and I warned of the rampant sexual abuse of unaccompanied migrant children in the care of contractors, especially Southwest Key. Now remember, that contractor's name is Southwest Key, not a very good place to put kids. The Health and Human Services Office of Inspector General also identified issues with Southwest Key's self-dealing and compensation. Now, as part of my ongoing investigation, for months, I've requested from Southwest Key and other contractors and grantees basic information on their care of unaccompanied children, including whether these contractors performed background checks of their employees before they had access to these kids. Southwest Key has failed to fully respond to this inquiry, actually thumbing their nose at the United States Congress. Still, the government kept giving Southwest Key contracts to care for these unaccompanied minor kids. What followed all these contracts? Do we know that the kids are safe or not safe? Well, a recent Justice Department lawsuit alleges, quote, a pattern or practice of severe or pervasive sexual harassment of children in the Southwest Key care, end of quote. So just think, this Justice Department has said with this contractor that there's a pervasive sexual harassment of children in their care. So we have to ask ourselves, if we're humanitarians, how many more children have to endure abuse before Congress finally says enough is enough. I say it shouldn't be even one more. I'm offering a bill then, that's why I'm here, that denies future contracts to bad actors who've been identified by the Justice Department as abusing unaccompanied migrant children. After applying due process, those government contracts would cease until the Justice Department certifies the conditions leading to the abuse. Those conditions are taken care of. They're over. I think this is a very common sense that no politician, no member of the Senate, Republican or Democrat, should stand against. So, I now make a request, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S5073, which is at the desk. Further, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid on the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I reserve the right to object, and I'll share a few of my thoughts on this. But first, I wanted to note that my colleague from Iowa is celebrating his birthday today, so a very happy birthday to you. And I understand it's his 91st. We should all, is that correct? We should all want to be able to engage in public policy and public debate and dialogue when we've reached the, start of our 10th decade. So congratulations to you.
It's kind of you to say that. Thank you.
This topic that you have brought up today is one that I've had deep engagement in, because I share your concerns about these congregate care facilities. Back in 2018, I was the first member of the House or Senate to go down to the border and to witness the separation of children from their parents, and then to go up the road to knock on the door of Casa del Padre, which was run by Southwest Key, where I had heard a rumor that perhaps 1,000 boys were being warehoused. And when I knocked on the door, they didn't want to let me in to see what was going on. So we did a live stream feed of the conversation. I was trying to get the manager to come out and brief me. And the manager said, yes, he'd be out, but actually what he did is he called the police to have me arrested. The police didn't arrest me, but they did tell me that Casa del Padre, run by this organization, Southwest Key, had no interest in letting a member of Congress come inside, a member of the Senate come inside to move on. But because this was live streamed, it became national news. And as a result of that, the press got in the following weekend, and I was able to go back with a group of legislators 2 weeks later. So I very much understand the challenge in the congregate care system, and undertook a deep dive with experts across the country on how do we address this problem. And the long and short of it is, those experts all came together and they helped draft a bill called the Children's Safe Welcome Act. Because the issues that exist at Southwest Key are not unique to Southwest Key. In fact, we've had really deep challenges in one congregate care facility after another. Putting children into large mass settings just does not at all provide a foundation for them to thrive. And I'll just note this policy brief, which I'll be asked unanimous consent to put into the record.
Without objection.
It's called Decreasing Dependence on Congregate Care and Recommendations for Progress, written by the Women's Refugee Commission. But I assure you, this piece of document is not alone. There's commission after commission, expert after expert, who has weighed in to say we have to eliminate these congregate care facilities, which is exactly what the Children's Safe Welcome Act does. You know, these are children who are going through the process of claiming refugee status, And they're going to go through an adjudication of that status, and they're either going to be able to stay in the United States when that's eventually adjudicated, or they're going to be sent back home. If they're going to stay in the United States, we want a strong foundation for them to thrive as residents of our nation. And if they go back home, we want a strong foundation for them to thrive back home in the country that they left. In either case, we have a moral responsibility to these children, and that moral responsibility compels us to eliminate these congregate care facilities that are not the right setting. Children should be quickly sent to small settings, to homes. They should be in school. They should be with host families. When there isn't a host family that's related, they should be in a host family that's providing a foundation for them. They shouldn't be in a mass congregate care facility, which the name sounds much nicer than the reality. So I'm not going to take the time tonight to go through all of these various reports on how bad congregate care is for the children, because I think you've already touched on how bad it is with one provider. But shutting down one provider and sending them to other congregate care facilities now means the system is maxed out, which means the children coming in not only go to the remaining beds in a system that's maxed out, it also means that now we have to create temporary influx facilities, which are far worse than congregate care. So this plan, I know, is so well-intentioned, and I certainly share the criticisms of the particular company that you're addressing, but this is not the right answer. The right answer isn't to max out congregate care and now create temporary influx facilities that are even worse. The answer is to get rid of these congregate care facilities and do what report after report, recommendation after recommendation has said will provide a foundation for these children to do well. The National Center for Youth Law said these influx facilities that would have to be created place children's safety and welfare at risk. The Customs and Border Patrol facilities, which are the other option if we don't create the influx facilities, are described as so dangerous children have died. It goes on and on and on. So, given your deep interest in this topic and really desire for the children to be well treated, I wanted to invite you to join me in this structure, this bill, Children's Safe Welcome Act, that experts have said this is the right thing to do for the children. And for that reason, I will do the formal request, but the informal is, I know your heart's in the right place. I know you're pointing out flaws that are very, very real and that I've been personally witnessing since 2018. But the answer isn't more congregate care for these kids or influx facilities or Customs and Border Protection. It's eliminating these congregate facilities and doing what expert after expert, panel after panel has suggested. So, as in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 5073. Well, that's your portion. Thank you. I was about to repeat your request. So I'm following up here. I ask that you, Senator Grassley, modify your request and that the Merkley amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered and read a third time and pass, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object, I'd like to speak to this issue a little bit and point out some of the shortcomings of what Senator Merkley is trying to accomplish by amending my motion. I see this amendment merely cementing into place the Biden-Harris policy that lost more than 85,000 migrant children. Can you believe that? If there was any question whether Democrats prioritize speed over safety when it comes to pushing migrant kids out the door, this partisan amendment lays that question to rest. I think I made very clearly in giving you reasons for my legislation how this is really a big problem. Now, the text of what Senator Merkley's asking me to do mandates that the government make a placement determination for a child not later than 7 days after government receives a sponsor application. Fingerprint-based background checks aren't required, and even the criminal record of a sponsor isn't necessarily disqualifying. Now, a question, what if a sponsor has no pre-existing relationship to the child? Think of that. Well, that's not a problem for this proposal. The fact that a sponsor has no pre-existing relationship to a child cannot be the sole basis for denying sponsorship under this Democrat-led solution. This amendment just willy-nilly turns over children to sponsors who foot drag on providing the documents needed to verify sponsor identity and safety. I can't imagine a loving parent or guardian slow-rolling the paperwork needed to reunite with their child. To most folks, that would be a very clear red flag, but not to Democrats. For them, it's just an administrative inconvenience. So just understand, this Democrat solution allows the government to release children to sponsors even if there is a risk of harm to that child. According to this text, that's fine, so long as post-release services are in place. In fact, those are the only conditions under which post-release services are required according to this modification presented to me. After directing the government to make what could be life or death decisions for a child on virtually no information, the bill restricts the ability to share life-saving information with law enforcement. Let's go back to what I laid down. I came to the floor tonight to offer a common-sense solution to deny bad actors access to kids. My bill would put contractors on notice that they can't willfully blind themselves to child abuse in order to get rich off taxpayers' dollars. Democrats couldn't even take that blindness seriously. I encourage my colleagues to read the Justice Department recent complaint against Southwest Key. I referred to this same Justice Department action in my opening remarks. This is what Justice found out, among other horrors. That complaint describes the repeated sexual abuse of a 5-year-old girl, the prostitution of a 15-year-old boy, and acts of a contractor desperate to even cover up all those wrongdoings. So thanks to this Democrat-led effort, Congress won't prevent contractors like them from getting access to more kids and more taxpayers' dollars. So, Senator Merkley, I'm sorry to say that your modification doesn't do what I'm trying to accomplish and leaves in place too much the status quo, so I have to object.
Objection is heard.
So my colleague made a few...
Is there objection to the original request?
Reserving the right to request. I would just like to note that this bill, put together by the best child welfare experts across the country, has in it a requirement under Section 223 requiring background checks to be conducted for each resident of a foster care placement for a non-citizen child. It prohibits children from being placed in a home if a resident has a conviction for child abuse or trafficking or convicted of any offense that has a direct immediate impact on the safety of the child. I know that these sorts of dialogues, our staff work quickly to try to prepare responses, but your actual criticisms are inaccurate. And indeed, what these experts say is that a child should be put in the least restrictive setting that approximates a family and in which the child's needs can best be met, consistent with the best interests and special needs of that child. The experts note congregate care is not the place to do that. The problems that exist in one mass setting are bad, but they exist in the other mass settings. So I do invite you, because I know you want to do the best for the children, to meet with the same experts who live this night and day, seeking to have a system that creates a safe welcome for children and allows them to thrive, so that when they get to that point of that asylum hearing, whether they head back to their home country or whether they become residents of the United States, they will be in a great place, not the sort of terrible place that congregate facilities put them. And unfortunately, your approach continues to rely on those very congregate facilities the experts say need to be eliminated. And so for that reason, I object.
Objection is heard. Senator from Louisiana.
I ask unanimous consent that Will McCarthy, an intern in my office, be granted floor privileges for the remainder of today's session in the Senate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, when President Biden and Vice President Harris took office, we had the lowest rate of illegal immigration in nearly 50 years. But instead of maintaining strong border policies inherited from President Trump, the Biden-Harris administration rushed to overturn them. They ended Remain in Mexico, reimposed so-called catch and release, and exempted unaccompanied children from Title 42. The result was predictable. The Biden-Harris open border policies encouraged the worst rates of illegal immigration ever, including over 500,000 unaccompanied migrant children. In fact, the month after migrant children were exempted from Title 42, we saw the highest monthly total of unaccompanied children crossing the southern border in history. The influx of migrant children under the Biden-Harris administration overwhelmed the Office of Refugee Resettlement, also called or abbreviated the ORR. This is the agency responsible for unaccompanied children apprehended at the border and responsible for releasing them to thoroughly vetted sponsors. ORR responded to this influx by sending children to hastily constructed emergency care facilities with untrained, unvetted staff and poor living conditions. The agency also removed key sponsor vetting requirements after senior Biden-Harris officials directed ORR to expedite the process of releasing migrant children to outside sponsors. It's so easy to interpret this as a means to shield the White House from the political embarrassment of facilities overrun with unaccompanied children crossing the border that they had just opened. In fact, as early as July 21, ORR staff warned superiors that ORR leadership had dismantled sponsor vetting policies and that these changes weakened ORR's ability to protect children from risk such as trafficking and exploitation. Despite this, ORR left these policies in place for years while hundreds of thousands of children were released to poorly vetted sponsors. You know, sometimes it's easy to think this is partisan. Sometimes it's easy to lose track between, as Republicans and Democrats talk about issues, that now we're talking about kids, children that could be our children, who are being released to people who are not being vetted. It's easy to forget that. This is not partisan. This is something which should concern us all. As a ranking member of the Senate Help Committee, I'm investigating about the administration's failure to protect these migrant children from exploitation and abuse. I've learned that some of these children were forced into dangerous working conditions and exploited for illegal labor. At one such facility currently under investigation, a child was pulled into a meat processing machine. Now, I've also, by the way, Again, we're not making this up. We have testimony from witnesses that speak to all these facts. We have the whistleblowers that came to a round table. We've got the transcripts. I've also learned that ORR's weakening of sponsor vetting requirements directly led to children being put in harm's way. In one instance, ORR neglected to verify whether the sponsor's claimed address was even a real home, and they sent the child to an address nothing more than an open field. In another case, a 16-year-old was released to a sponsor who posted sexually explicit photos of the child on social media, including a photo with the sponsor touching the child inappropriately. In addition to my investigation, I joined Senators Grassley and Johnson earlier this summer in hosting a Senate roundtable to examine ORR's failures and identify steps Congress could take to reform the agency. We learned that due to failure at ORR, some unaccompanied children have been forced into drug trafficking, sex trafficking, and other criminal activity to pay off the cartels who brought them here. All this, according to whistleblowers, without follow-up or meaningful oversight from the Biden-Harris administration. I repeat, this is not rhetoric, not fiction. This is what we're hearing from whistleblowers. This exploitation also seemingly occurs while migrant children are still in ORR custody. In July, the Department of Justice filed a lawsuit against Southwest Key Program, the largest ORR contractor housing unaccompanied children, alleging that for nearly a decade, its employees have committed sexual abuse and harassment against unaccompanied children as young as 5 years old. DOJ alleges that Southwest Key not only failed to take sufficient action to prevent sexual abuse, but actively discouraged children from officially reporting these incidences. Once more, this is not rhetoric. This is the result of whistleblowers. This should not be partisan. In August, I called on the Help Committee chair to hold a hearing with Southwest Key and ORR officials to answer how these shocking allegations of sexual abuse went undetected for so long. So far, Help Committee Democrats have not committed to a hearing or any effort to investigate. And by the way, Southwest Key still receives hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars to operate shelters for migrant kids. If ORR will not take action in the wake of these allegations, Congress should. That is why I worked with Senator Grassley on legislation that would prohibit the use of federal funds for Southwest Key or any other ORR grantee facing suspension and debarment procedures for allowing illegal sexual abuse or harassment of children in its care. I appreciate Senator Grassley's leadership. The problems with ORR and the exploitation of children have been well documented for years. Yet there's been no substantive effort by Biden or Harris to fix their open border policies, which caused these problems to begin with, or reform ORR to protect unaccompanied children from harm. The exploitation of children should not be partisan. This is not a Republican or a Democratic issue. When vulnerable children are harmed, everyone should be outraged and everyone should be demanding change. Unfortunately, it is clear that Republicans are taking this problem more seriously than Democrats. It is not a messaging issue. It is an issue that challenges the humanity within us. It is something we should address whether or not it is an election year. I wish that my Democratic colleagues would join Republicans tonight to pass this common sense bill to hold ORR contractors accountable for the abuse and exploitation of children under their watch. We should protect these vulnerable children from harm as if they were our own. With that, I yield.
Mr. President,
Senator from Oregon.
I have 7 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
I ask unanimous consent that the cloture motion with respect to the Pennell nomination be withdrawn.
Without objection, so ordered.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of Senate Resolution 815, and the Senate proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following Senate resolutions: Senate Resolution 815, National Hispanic Serving Institutions Week, and Senate Resolution 823, Hispanic Heritage Month.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measures en bloc? Without objection, the committee is discharged of S-Res 815, and the Senate will proceed to the resolutions en bloc.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
I understand that there is a bill at the desk, and I ask for its first reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
H.R. 5613, an act to require a review of whether individuals or entities subject to the imposition of certain sanctions through inclusion on certain sanctions lists should also be subject to the imposition of other sanctions and included on other sanctions lists.
I now ask for a second reading, and in order to place a bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
Objection having been heard, the bill will receive its second reading on the next legislative day. For the information of the Senate, Senate Resolution 815 was discharged from the Help Committee, not the Judiciary Committee.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, September 18th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed. Following the conclusion of morning business, the Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the court nomination. Further, that the cloture motion with respect to the court nomination ripen at 11:45 a.m. Finally, that if any nominations are confirmed during Wednesday's session, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection, so ordered.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.